Hello. I forgot to put on the chat on the screen. Give me a second. No, it's not dead. I just forgot. I forgot. There we go. You're alive! Yippee! How is everyone today? Hello, hello. Issues from micro. Oh, you're new! You're new!
No, my microphone is fine. I always start with some random voice changer. No, it is on purpose. It is not microphone issues. I mean, I did find my microphone was sounding kind of weird before the stream, but we roll with it. But yeah, who's here? Hello, Sunny, Riding Hood, Cat, Dog, Raven, Duskblight, Joe, Bellhound, Trooper, that guy, TCU, Aki, and on Twitch we have also Lamp and Mr. Andre. So tired. But yeah, sorry for the long delay. It's just, you know, new schedule. not used to it yet. Yeah, basically my sister finally started her new job this week. Yippee! And now instead of working, you know, weekend mornings, like from like 8 to 4, now she worked like noon to 8. So weekend streams are gonna be on this time frame for this month at least. I don't know if her schedule will remain the same come April, but for this month, it's gonna be weekend around this time. And yeah, as I said, it's just, I'm not used to it. I've got to wake up late, enjoy some eep. And then I came back from dropping my sister. And I just kind of lied in bed for a while. But I wanted to work on some stuff. So that's why I initially also pushed the stream to 3 instead of 2. Which honestly might be the new start time. You know, I put 2 p.m. because I was like, okay, if I drop her there at like 12:30, I should be back, you know, before 1. But then I was like, oh, but then that'll only leave me with like just an hour to like chill and eat before a stream. So now I'm like, yeah, 3 p.m. is probably gonna be like the starting time. And so I started drawing. You know, I got into a voice chat with some friends and I just started drawing and chatting. And I was looking at the time. And I was like, you know, I was sitting at the computer, so I'm like, okay, I don't need to like, you know, rush so much. I just need to like feed my cats before stream, that's it. So when the time came, I was like, okay, guys, you know, to people voice chat, like, okay, guys, bye, gotta go. And then I stood up to like feed my cats and was like, hold on, I forgot the laundry. Forgot that I had to move the laundry from the washing machine to the dryer. And I also had to clean our cat litter boxes. So I was like, oh fuck. Let me do all that before stream. And then I had to feed them, and as most of you know, whenever I feed them, I had to actually watch them. I have to actually watch them. Because otherwise, Isu starts eating Reggie's food. And he can't do that because he is too chunky. Took him to the vet, and then he was diagnosed with chunky. So he needs to lose weight. They engage in Mortal Kombat. I wish! No, Reggie just steps away and watches as her food is consumed. And I'm just like, bro, defend yourself. But I'm on the treadmill. Yeah, like, bro, fight back. Isu just kind of walks over to her plate and starts eating, and she just kind of sits there and observes. And I'm just like, bro. So, we always gotta watch them when we give them food. Diagnosed a starving baby. Vet looked at him and said, oh lord, he coming. Yep. The vet looked at him and was like, oh yeah, he does seem like kind of big, you know? But, I mean, he also just kind of looks big normally. Like, he looks chunky. But last year, you know, he looks chunky, but like the vet weighed him and he's like, oh no, he's fine on weight. And I was like, oh, that's surprising. I thought he was chunky. But you know, this year he was diagnosed with chunky. Not too bad, but you know, already to the point of like, better to control his food intake a little bit. Or, you know, he might become chunkier and become an issue. Like the meme of, come on, do something, yeah. But yeah, that's why I'm starting like almost an hour late. Yippee! What were you drawing? Thanks. It has lion jeans. The ones that give you both the chunk and the lazy. It's true. He's chunk and lazy. Like they just ate and now he's... I see him now lying down on a box to sleep. Are you working so hard, doing nothing? Yeah. Hard life. Oh yeah. His life is so hard. He has so many things to worry about. You know, so many complications. We all know it's your stuff between Levi and Cloquet. No. It could happen. But not this time. Don't stress out the poor baby. He's just a poor, poor baby. Are we ready for peak? Sorry, I'm kind of dead. I was feeling fine this morning, but my headache came back. But we push through. We push through for the peak. It's alright. The peak will heal me. Right? Right. That's how it works. Irma! Hello! You missed my stream, and I missed you. Hold up, I am rearranging my desktop icons. There we go. Dog shot you in hell, divers? How dare you, dog? I'm ready to read and read some more, hell yeah. Anyway, opening up the game. We open up the game. You left me alone with the or you called it, you bastard. Yeah, I think that is a valid reason to be shot, honestly. So I'm sorry, Arma. The jury declares you guilty. What do you mean incorrect password? That's what I typed the first time. Whatever you say, Mika. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, Tenshi, you thought no stream? Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I just... What is this? I say looking at this as if you guys could actually see it. Through the wish woven gate. Oh, we're gonna check that in a bit. Simulation exercise, we're not doing that. The bonus for free pools. Ayo. Bonus for free pools. Free pools, you say? The wishing gate is pretty fast. All right, we're gonna check that out. Yes, also this month is my birthday. Am I planning something? No, but you know, it's my birthday. There is no time to plan things. There is too much Girls Frontline to read. Mika saw that it was my birthday in March and was like, here, have an event. Here, have another event. We know you love reading. Happy birthday month to me. Oh yeah. They said here 100,000 words. Enjoy your birthday. Thank you, Mika. Thank you so much. But yeah, it's all the more reason to rush B on Corposant. Because my birthday is next Saturday? Or like, it falls on a Saturday. Not next one, but... Not next one, right? No, it can't be next one. We're at 7. Hold on. We still have to buy your event before Gears 1 and right? Do we? I don't even know how many more we have. I'm just like yeah, I'll keep them coming. Virtual pair and quantum fluctuation. That is so funny. Sorry, just so funny to me that we got so many events after the supposed, and like, you know, I know where it was, but still, it's funny. Turns out Mika got a couple more in them. I got one more in me, they said. Next week, either Absolute Cinema or Depression with Frontline 1 Virtual Pair and Frontline 2 Corposant 2.0. Why not both? You know, this is Mika we're talking about. It can't be both. You never know. Alrighty. Are we ready, gang? Are we ready? No, we are not ready, but we're gonna go anyway because we have much to read. I say that and I just kind of stay there for a second. Why is my thing not showing? Like, I understand the game not showing, but why did I hide my other thing? Oh, it's because, wait, why was it like that? Anyway, there we go. And there we go. Oh yeah. You have a llave running in the background? Good. Are you enjoying your llave? Yeah, I got Alba. I did not see Mastina's trailer, and I'm already here and I'm too lazy to go look it up. So remind me we can watch it tomorrow. I did see the one for the mech though. That was really funny. I might be doing something on the side. I might kind of stop every now and again. Hopefully it won't be too much. Nailin's commercial for the mech. Yeah, that was so funny. It is 3 mesh this tall. Wait, you know, Mastina is 3 mesh this tall. Wait, no, her mark is it's higher, no? Where they have Alba? Oh, there she is. I was like, I'm blind. I don't see her. We're gonna finish leveling her up. Oh, so yeah, I got the gun skin. Look. It's so cool. It's so stupidly cool. Oh yeah. Look at this. It's perfect. Do I have... I can do a few. It's so cool. I don't care what anyone says. It's the coolest shit ever. Alpha wolf. And like with the wolf right there and the night sky. You know, it's wonderful. Can you say hi to my girlfriend? She's making a video art and cosplay. Hello, Joe's girlfriend. You're cool. You're like super cool. Good luck on the cosplay. Cosplay sounds so fun, but also like such a pain at the same time. She was running with her skills in Oma. That's how you're supposed to do it, actually. That's how the pros TM play. I don't do it, but you know, that's how the pros play. They only buy skills at the very end, like when they finish their career. They need a claim all button for these things. I don't even know which one I need. The one that I have less. Let's go with that. Oh yeah. Now I can level up her weapon a bit more. Why? Just because I want to. Can I... slowly maxing her. I'm not a pro nomad, it's fine. Many of us are not. I try to last without skills until like halfway through classic year, but usually if I need to run any of the like triple crown things or like the Japanese derby, I'm like, nope, I need skills. I'm gonna need skills for this. Second. I see my streamer JP side hitting like SS plus in Aura finals with brand new characters he pulls. Yeah. You love my ears? Thank you! They flop. And they move. Yay! Oh my god! Holy shit, she's here! Hello, Joe's girlfriend. We love you. You want my beanie? I don't know, man. Why would I give it to you? Give me like one good reason. Why do I have so many Discord messages? Who is talking so much? I say as if it weren't my friends. Like, how dare they? How dare they chat to me? You'll give to one sub? Hold up. Catch it. Yum. You're not a product of his imagination. The girlfriend is real, guys. Believe it or not. Wait. Wait. What? Hey! And of course Joe got it. That's so funny. Thank you for the gift. Which reminds me. I should have... Oh yeah. There we go. Yippee! Oh my god, my sister got one. Welcome to all new members. Enjoy your free month of membership. I don't know if I do any member stream this month because Mika decided to drop everything on my head. But we'll try. What is this? Spring cleaning time, no slacking. Come on, I didn't create this cleaning robot. Break! The lounge's floor felt sticky when I passed by today. Apparently someone spilled a drink or there was a leak somewhere. It's time we clean the floor up. Surely you don't want the dolls to get hurt because they tripped and fell, right? Oh, this is like actually things you need to do on the crew deck. Oh, okay, I'll get to that later. Get the mop, Shiki-can. Anyway. Damn, that intro still... The fuck is this? Oh, this is the artifact recovery bullshit. Oh, I hate that. I haven't been logging in and doing my stuff. So sorry. I am a disappointment for this game. Not like that's new for anyone that knows me, but you know. Gunsmoke! Gunsmoke is not real. Wait, speaking before that, do I have enough for one standard? Standard? No, not yet. The much loved artifact recovery. Which is more loved, guys? Artifact recovery or Gunsmoke? Anyway, we were almost. Yeah, I am very behind. Since I couldn't stream last week because things happened to my sleep. But we were about to finish part 1, and then we can jump into part 1.5. The discounted one uses standard tickets? Oh, hold up. I did not see that. Where is it? Oh, this one. Oh, it does use standard tickets. Who will we pick? Let's go for Tololo. I am trying to max Tololo. And I have exactly 8. So let's just pull. Nothing! As expected. Okay, that's it. Tololo V6, indeed. I'm curious if TMP will get added to that discounted banner later. I wonder. But yeah, let's finish Corposant. Ooh, that's a nice icon. Through the blizzard blocks obscure. Though the blizzard blocks obscures the way forward. The queen leading the pack has never once stopped. She is no longer a puppet. Whoa, okay. Riding fire. A spark of life. In the primordial chaos, what we seek is the sole ray of light. Right, let's get to reading, guys. No time to lose. Unfortunately, I'm too roguelike field, so it's artifact recovery for me. That is valid. The dull sound of dripping water echoes through the empty seaward passageways. The metal walls, once refined by meticulous engineering, are now marked with scorched black marks left by ammunition, clearly recording the firefight that took place not long ago. The air, once heavy with disinfectant, now carries a faint scent of gunpowder, a reminder of what has just unfolded here. Alba and Mastina sit with their backs against the wall. Their combat suits are already soaked through, punctured by several fresh bullet holes. A silver-grey pod lies quietly nearby. Despite the fierce battle, its surface bears not a single scratch. Mastina remains silent as she methodically checks her weapon. The metal rustles and clatters occasionally while she works apart. Alba fiddles with a slightly singed lock of hair between her fingers, thinking through their next move. Even as the enemy closes in again and again, she maintains her composure, as if all of this has already been accounted for in her calculations. The silence continues until Mastina finishes checking her weapon. She looks up at her partner, her tone calm yet resolute. Destroy it. Alba freezes for a moment, clearly not understanding what her partner has abruptly uttered. According to your plan, we can't be 100% sure that we can hold onto the container. The container slows our movement and drags down the efficiency of our operation. I love how she talks in such short sentences. Hello, Equinox. It's going okay. How are you? How are things going on your end? I know words. And if it's seized by the Girard group, the risk will be immeasurable. Mastina glances toward the pod lying not far away. If we destroy it, we increase our mobility and accelerate the execution of the plan, while also cutting off Paradeus' ability to complete Project Eden with it. That is the most rational choice. Destroy the child, AK-15 said calmly. It's true, she did just say that. Mastina puts forth her argument grimly. She seems to have anticipated Alba's reluctance, but she speaks her mind anyway. No. Just as Mastina expected, Alba rejects her proposal outright. It has always been this way. Sometimes Alba accepts Mastina's suggestions, sometimes she does not. 10 years have passed. Alba is no longer the doll she once was. Now, not even she can easily sway Alba's decisions. Damn, character development? Alba gazes at Mastina somberly. In the past, she could never read Mastina's thoughts. Standing before her, Alba would feel nothing but unease, as if facing a slab of cold steel. But in time, she finally understands why she always called Mastina an open book. Her emotions are simple and straightforward. I understand your reasoning, but this isn't how we do things. Besides, the exact nature of Project Eden remains unknown and variable. O43 is a core component, yet her concrete function and role are still unclear. Even her intelligence network can't provide complete data. Destroying her rashly could trigger unpredictable chain reactions. I believe the risk of destroying it is lower than the risk of failing the mission, or of Girard reclaiming it. Alba remains patient. No matter what function she serves as O43, or what role she plays in whatever plan, she herself is just an innocent little girl who knows nothing of the world. Whatever Paradeus or Girard intends to use her for, she herself is blameless. Do you remember how we met Anna? Oof! The mission when I formally rejoined the unit. The submarine base. She was a failed subject among Paradeus experiments. Anya mentioned, crying. We and Anya found her along with her other sisters. Anya chose to save them. That was her choice, and it was Task Force DeFi's choice. We cannot lay hands on innocent children, Boy Mastina. That goes against the very reason we're doing all this. If you believe saving people comes first, then we can abandon this mission and have Kevin extract us. We won't get another chance. Then the conclusion is obvious. We have a mission that must be completed, and with our current capabilities, we cannot secure this container. If Paradeus reclaims her, the suffering she will endure will far exceed what she's facing now. Destroying her is mercy. Damn! Okay. No, Elena, we don't say that. Destroy her! Destroy her! The debate is suddenly interrupted by a clear, childish voice, coming from right between the two of them. Congratulations! You are no mothers, both of you. Both of them startled at the same time, instinctively jumping to their feet into combat stance as they turned toward the source of the voice. The silver-grey pod that had been sitting quietly nearby has somehow opened. A doll-like little girl steps out. Behind her, the pod itself splits into countless tiny components, which then regroup into 3 spherical clusters. Drawn together by a force that appears to be magnetism, they form 3 metallic orbs that float at the girl's side. The small figure picks up from behind the metal spheres, waving her tiny fist as she shouts excitedly. Alba recognizes her. This is Elena, the immune individual designated 043 mentioned in the files. Her expression is innocent and bright, clearly unaware of what those words mean to Alba, Mastina, or even to herself. How? That sounds so cool! Commander, what does destroy mean? The child has escaped containment! Where are we? Who are you? Looking around, everything she sees is vastly different from what she last remembered, and a surge of fear threatens to overwhelm her. When she notices the 2 T-dolls watching her, Elena quickly retreats several steps. The 3 metal orbs immediately reconfigure into a simple barrier, partially shielding her body and leaving only a pair of weary eyes exposed. What's going on? The pod should only open with a special sequence. Or it was opened remotely by force. Our situation is already extremely precarious. The enemy can clearly connect to her. I believe the risk level is now unacceptably high. I think it remains controllable. We need to continue protecting her. Elena stays on guard behind the metal barrier, her gaze darting back and forth between the two as if assessing the threat. The 3 metal orbs vibrate faintly, ready to react defensively or offensively at any moment. As Mastina's wolf eye attempts to scan Elena and the spheres beside her, the system display is flooded with error messages of failed analysis. She pays it little mind, This has not been a rare occurrence in the past 10 years. She takes a small step forward, intending to investigate further, but the moment immediately triggers Helena's alarm.
Don't move!
Helena's voice is filled with fear, yet edged with threat. The three metal orbs instantly shift into a more aggressive formation. A flood of warning alerts erupts in Wolf Eye, and Mastina is uncharacteristically frozen in place.
ボイマスティナ、止まって。
Mastina, please remain still.
私たちの特にあなたの動きを警戒している。
She seems extremely sensitive to our movements, especially yours. Mastina holds, looking at the clearly overstressed little girl with some bemusement.
ヘレナ、
Alba speaks up, deliberately softening her tone in an attempt to lower Helena's guard.
大丈夫。傷つけたりしないから。
We won't hurt you. We're actually protecting you.
Liar! You don't look like good people!
The metal orbs shake more violently, reflecting her emotional instability.
確かに私たちは強引にあなたをここまで連れてきた。
It's true that we took you away from where you were before, but that was for your own safety. Alba's brow furrows slightly as she comes to a sudden realization.
そうするよう指揮官に言われたんだ。
Oh, right. The commander asked us to look after you.
指揮官。
Elena's attitude softens a little. The glow of energy within the three metal orbs dims, though she remains highly alert.
You're lying! Where is the commander? 指揮官は後で迎えに来るよ。
The commander will come to pick you up later.
今は大事なお仕事に行っているだけだから心配しないで。
She has to handle an important mission right now, so don't worry, okay?
本当に
Really?
そしたらエルモ号に戻れる。
Yes. When the time comes, you'll be able to go back to the Elma.
私たちは昔指揮官と一緒に戦った人形なんだ。
Both of us are dolls who have served under the commander before. Please believe us.
人形じゃあいいやつ？
Dolls? Dolls are probably good? Elena lowers the hands she had been holding up in front of herself. The metal orb descends as well, no longer looking ready to fire.
今までのこと覚えてる？
Do you remember what happened before?
例えば洞窟のような場所。
There's a place like a
地下
mine,
にある祭壇。
an underground ritual site.
そこで何が起こったか。
Do you remember what happened there? If you don't trust us, please play Girls Frontline 1. Yeah, Helena. Catch up with the lore. Elena tilts her head, clearly not understanding what Alba means. Alba thinks for a moment, then decides to try a different angle.
じゃあ楽園計画は知ってる？
Elena, do you know what Project Eden is? Elena's body stiffens at the mere mention of Project Eden. The metal orbs floating around her abruptly freeze in place.
Eden, no, no, don't say it.
Alba clearly sees the pure terror flash across Elena's eyes. The little girl clenches her fists. Her body begins to tremble uncontrollably, faint whimpers of fear escaping her.
I'm not going back to that place. No.
When Mastina registers Elena's fear, but she lacks experience in dealing with such emotional outbursts. She maintains her guard while turning her head slightly toward Alba.
安心して誰にも連れて行かせない
It's okay, Helena. I promise you, we won't let anyone take you back to that place.
Alba gently comforts the frightened girl with far more practice. She cautiously extends her hand and takes hold of Helena's. Though it is only biomimetic, her physical warmth is clearly transmitted to Helena's palm.
約束する
I promise.
本当
Really?
指切り玄満しようか
Of course. I want to make a pinky promise. Pinky promise?
約束をするときにこうやって
Like
互いの
this.
小指を引っ掛けて
Once we hook pinkies, we have to keep our promise.
Alba hooks her little finger around Helena's.
あなたは楽園計画が怖いの
You're really scared with Project Eden, aren't you?
Helena, whose emotions have just begun to settle, visibly tenses up again when Alba brings up Project Eden once more. She shakes off Alba's hand and stumbles backward several steps.
Bro, Eden, bad.
ヘレナ
Instead of chasing after her, Alba stays crouched where she is and continues to speak softly and patiently.
私たちもそれを悪いものだと思っている
We think so too. It's a terrible thing.
だから止めに行こうとしてるんだ
That's why we want to stop it.
でも何も知らないと止めようもないの
But if we don't know what it is, we can't stop it.
知ってることがあれば何でもいい教えてくれる
If you know anything, could you please tell us? Please. Strange.
変な
Strange. A strange woman. She wants to open the door.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
ドアどこの
Open the door? What door?
Yusta Salva is about to press further. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupts from deep within the passage, shattering the suffocating silence and cutting off Alba's thoughts. The shockwave, carrying rubble and debris, spreads rapidly through the tunnel, causing visible structural damage. Multiple walls are blown through, forming irregular holes as stones and dust rain down in thick clouds. Helena lets out a terrified scream. The three metal orbs emit erratic, high-frequency vibrations, clearly entering an emergency defense mode. Can you please stop blowing holes in my sewer system? Why is this surname Martha made there? And why is that other one named Arthur Hume? Boy, I wonder. If their names start showing up, I don't know, I would probably explode. When Mastina turns toward the source of the explosion, instantly entering full alert. Wolfeye activates wide spectrum scanning, attempting to assess the threat level of the approaching enemy.
追っ手が罠にはまった
The search team has set off our trap.
移動する
Fall back. They're following us really closely. Looks like our movements were revealed after all.
Look at this, guys. Withdrawal point has been marked. Abs! Got it. She's so tall. Be careful. I'll protect the objective. Large woman! Are you enjoying her, Sonny? Yeah? Excellent. Who isn't? Honestly real. Alright. How was it that I did this? Rush B? No, we're soloing this with Alva. I mean, I'm playing on normal, so it's like they don't even hurt her. It's fine. It's alright, guys. Do not worry. Wow, you guys are literally not letting me move, right? Which is the one that... That makes her so she attacks back. Or like before, yeah. Oh, that was the one. Okay, dude, whatever. Whatever you say. I don't even care. This was AoE, but yeah. Do I have any enemies left? No, it doesn't seem like it. We rush. Easy. In the narrow passage, the sound of flowing water is completely drowned out by movement. In its place are three distinct sets of footsteps, along with breathing rhythms distorted by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks. With the metal structural layers penetrated, the reinforced concrete underneath becomes exposed. Craters and burn marks from thermal weapons form an irregular pattern. Spent casings and debris of the walls litter the ground in chaotic disarray. A few emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the exhausted figures of Alva and Boimastina. Elena keeps a safe distance from Boimastina. The metal orbs hover around her, forming a mobile defensive barrier. However, she now at least allows Boimastina to move within a 3-meter radius without triggering a defensive response. Her body language still shows caution, but the hostility in her eyes has lessened. Boimastina suddenly howls and turns back toward the way they came, Wolf Eye activating its remote acoustic analysis model. The advance of the pursuing forces is precisely captured and analyzed. indicating they are closing in step by step in a tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds are coming from other tunnels as well. The enemy has likely pinpointed their location and formed an encirclement. When Mastina casually peels off the severed limb of a combat automaton still clinging to her, then touches the broken military knife at her waist, with only the hilt remaining. With her current combat parameters, breaking through the outer blockade is theoretically possible. However, if the third-gen doll known as Igla arrives on the scene and engages them in direct confrontation, Mastina will not be able to cover Alba and protect Helena. Mastina, what is it? Alba notices her partner has stopped, standing a few steps ahead. She turns back with a questioning look. Eagle is coming. I'll hold her off. Mastina's voice is low and resolute. She's coming, huh? Alba considers this briefly. You take Helena and break through encirclement. No. I'll defeat her. Then you can proceed with your plan. Mastina stubbornly stands her ground, not accepting Alba's decision as readily as she usually does. Alba doesn't argue right away. She falls silent for a few seconds, a complex light flickering through her eyes. Her expression sharpens with unusual focus as she turns her head, clearly thinking something through. Your assessment is correct, Mastina. I agree with it. But I need to revise one key parameter. Key parameter. Someone does need to defeat that third-gen doll. But the one to do it is me, not you. Mastina's eyes widen in extreme confusion and dissent. This decision completely overturns their decade-long division of roles and operational patterns, exceeding every tactical plan she has preloaded. Mastina finds herself paralyzed. She wants to voice further objections, but her available vocabulary fails to provide an appropriate way to express them. The parameter is rational. I am the combat type unit. Exactly. Which is why you are the best choice to protect Helena. And I'm counting on you to deliver the final breakthrough. The lab is directly above us. Wait for my signal. Alba's eyes flash with resolve and unquestionable confidence. Mastina understands that, at this moment, she has no choice but to trust and obey. Alright. Mastina playing 11D chess while Alba is playing 45D is true. Alba nods to Mastina, then walks over to Helena and gently strokes her hair to calm her. She points at Mastina and speaks as softly as she can. This lady here may look scary, but she's actually a very kind and gentle doll. She'll take you to find the commander. You have to stay very close to her, okay?
Oh, okay.
Helena is still highly worried with Mastina, but sensing the urgency of the situation, she carefully trots along behind her. Mastina leads Helena off in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she turns back and says to Alba, "Good hunting." Alba checks her chamber, then plants herself firmly in the very center of the passage, waiting for the arrival of the strongest doll. Dot 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 dot.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she actually used arrives. Okay, I see. Oh yeah. I really like when characters say that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The sharp clicks of high heels. PTSD. The sharp clicks of high heels striking concrete echo through the hollow passageway. Surrounded by a cluster of combat automatons, the doll approaches from the distance with unhurried grace. Igla's steps are calm and rhythmic, her arms folded neatly before her chest. A finely designed tactical rapier hangs at her waist, and an air of elegance utterly out of place in this environment radiates from her. When she spots Alba standing alone at the center of the passageway from afar, a flicker of surprise crosses her face.
これは意外ですね。
What an unexpected arrangement. When she reaches a distance of about 15 steps from Alba, she comes to a stop, her posture straight and composed, as if greeting a guest. Behind her, the combat automatons immediately spread into a standard tactical formation, weapons trained on Alba, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Igla raises one hand, casually halting them.
考え抜いた結論があなたがしんがりを務めることですね。
I assume you are the one covering the other's retreat. After much careful deliberation, Alba remained silent, offering no response to the seemingly offhand question. Just as she's anticipated, the third-gen doll before her possesses not only exceptional combat ability, but also sharp analytical and observational skills.
ですがうなずけます。戦闘力は劣っていますが、あなたには自己犠牲。
I understand the implication for this tactical decision. Though you lack frontline combat capability, you clearly possess the admirable quality of being willing to sacrifice yourself for your team.
なんて尊い。
Such a spirit is truly worthy of respect. I really like this track. This track slaps. Igla gives a light, polite clap. Alba still says nothing. In this situation, every second of delay is precious time but for Mastina's retreat. Since the other party is willing to spend time on this exchange, Alba is more than happy to oblige.
その勇気をたたえて、今から1分だけ待ちましょう。
In consideration of your courage, please allow me to offer a small courtesy. I am willing to wait here for 1 full minute and refrain from any pursuit.
1分。
1 minute.
ええ、約束します。
As a gesture of respect for your noble conduct.
本来ならもう少し待っても構わないのですが。
To be frank, if I were not obliged to recover the cargo you to have taken as quickly as possible,
正直に申し上げます。私は早急に箱を回収。
I will go far beyond this to show my respect. So beneath that elegant exterior lies such arrogance. Alba studies the doll's exquisite face as her index finger lightly brushes the trigger on her weapon twice.
私にとってもこれは千載一遇の機会なのです。
It's a rare opportunity, isn't it?
あの伝説の反逆正体の一員と
After all,
こうして顔を合わ
it is
せ
an honor to me as well. Being able to converse face to face with a member of the legendary Task Force DeFi.
以前あなた方の戦闘記録を拝見したこと
I've had the privilege of studying some of your tactical records.
限られた記録しか残されていませんが私が敬意を
Though the material is quite limited due to your outstanding concealment capabilities, it was enough to earn my genuine admiration for Task Force DeFi.
AK-15 司令塔の AK-12
As a second-gen doll, AK-15's performance is indeed impressive. The same goes for AK-12, the leader of the task force. And if memory serves, there was also a doll who truly embodied the word defy. Even among the latest generation of tactical dolls, there are only a handful who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Do forgive my rudeness, but you are... Ah, yes, of course. Alva. AN-94. AK-12's tactical support unit. Oh! Damn! Okay. Please forgive my oversight. Only someone like me, who takes a special interest in Task Force DeFi, will be familiar with every single member. Excellence is a quality worthy of admiration, and Task Force DeFi is undoubtedly its exemplar. However, if you'll pardon my frankness, I've always been curious. How does a doll like you find her place within such an elite team, one defined by excellence? She is just talking down on her, damn. Alva purses her lips briefly. You really do seem to know quite a great deal about us. Your praise is an honor. Eagle inclines her head graciously in response. Outstanding dolls always earn my sincere respect and attention. They deserve such recognition. And Task Force DeFi's reputation is indeed impossible to ignore. We have indeed garnered our reputation since 10 years ago, after what happened in Frankfurt. That's why we abandoned our old codenames, aliases, and other identities. Our concealment had lost all meaning. And as for me, you're right, I'm the weakest one of the team. Your candor is admirable. In that case, I can't help but ask, why didn't you choose to retreat? We gave you ample buffer time. From a purely tactical standpoint, you could have escaped. I have no particular interest in you personally. What I truly look forward to is an exchange with AK-15. Or... do you believe you possess a character that makes you my equal? I want to try. Now I see why Kranix wanted to speech there. Yeah, no, like even me, you know, I'm not like a Alva diehard fan. But even me, I'm just like, yo, shut the fuck up. You don't know who you're talking to. A faint, unfathomable smile appears at the corner of Alva's lips. Her tone carries a subtle confidence. And by my assessment, your character doesn't seem all that compatible with the rest of my team. Perhaps only someone like me, the weakest doll in DeFi, could be bothered to have an exchange with you. Oh! Oh! Damn! Igla retains her flawless smile, but a chill flickers deep within her eyes. Her expression shows no obvious change, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. Igla adjusts her stance and lightly smooth out her sleeve.
相当独特な評価軸をお持ちのようですね。
Your confidence is impressive. It seems you hold a rather unique evaluation of your own abilities.
その自信の根拠、ぜひ検証
In
さ
that
せてください。
case, please allow me to personally verify the basis of that confidence. She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway. She finally folds her arms. With her left hand, she draws the finely crafted tactical rapier from her waist, and with her right, produces a beautifully made pistol of silver and gold. Igla subordinates also raise their weapons and take aim at Alba.
下がってください。
Please wait. But Igla once again lifts a hand to hold them, her gaze never leaving Alba.
手出し無用です。
I wish to savor this alone. Damn, okay, bitch.
戦闘終了。脅威はすべて排除しました。これで先に進めます。
Damn, okay, bitch. Alba casually roasting Igla over a campfire like a marshmallow. Yeah, that one was like, sheesh. But anyway, give me a second, or like, give me a minute actually. I'm getting hungry. I didn't have lunch before stream because I had breakfast kind of late. And I had like a Timmy's breakfast wrap. And usually when I have like a heavy breakfast, I don't get hungry at like lunchtime. But now I am getting hungry. So I'm gonna put up like something on the oven real quick. I'll return to read the last part of part 1. Then we're gonna take a little break while I eat. And then we're jumping on 1.5. How does that sound, guys? I don't really want your opinion because I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm starving. But, you know, just letting you know. Anyway, give me a minute. Alright. Chicken burger in the oven. Going to get some food. All I had was a bagel this morning. Damn, that's not much. But yeah, sorry, this schedule is not gonna be the best for all my sea LATAM bros. But you know, it is what I have right now. So we roll with what we have. Anyway, let's read the last part while my burger is on the oven. The fifth element. Hey yo, fifth element reference! Peak. The quintessence that makes up everything within the palm of your hand. That movie is so good, by the way. It's one of my favorite movies. You guys should watch it. It's so good. I'm ready for peak dork always. The dull sound of dripping water echoes rhythmically through the empty passageway. The sewer branch lies far enough from the previous main battlefield that it is temporarily free from direct pursuit, forming a short-lived buffer zone. A few damaged emergency lights flickered at irregular intervals, providing only minimal visibility. We must settles Helena into a concealed spot at a bend in the passageway. She herself stands against the wall, scanning the surroundings while initiating a rapid system self-diagnostic. Helena's metal spheres hover around her in a defensive formation, her wary gaze tracking every movement Mastina makes. She keeps a maximum safe distance from Mastina. With Alba absent, her tension and vigilance are clearly heightened. The next cutscene. I don't have to make any more cutscene if you remember your event because there aren't enough. I mean, we had a lot of cutscenes already in this event. I mean, not a lot, but like we had quite a few. When Mastina looks at Helena, her expression is inscrutable. She lets out a soft sigh and drives a fist into the wall. Whoa, okay. The dull impact reverberates through the passageway. The metal structure dents visibly at once. The concrete layer beneath fractures, and a cloud of dust erupts from the point of impact. Startled, Helena immediately snaps her three metal spheres together into a shield. Her body tenses, fear and defensiveness filling her eyes, ready to respond to any perceived threat. She looks ready to open fire when Mastina makes even one more strange move. When Mastina notices Helena's reaction, her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Her systems contain no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. She has never been good at this, and it has never been her responsibility. She looks at Helena, her nerve cloud in disarray. Without Alba's guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. When Mastina exhales slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Although she understands Alba's plan, the plan itself carries an extremely high risk of failure. If it were only the two of them, even with that risk, it would still be manageable. But now there is this being right in front of her. She must consider that even the slightest misstep during the operation could result in all 43 inevitably falling back into the hands of UR Group and Paradeus. To the current task force DeFi, she is unquestionably trouble as well as a burden. But Mastina's assessment has not changed. Directly destroying O43 is still the most efficient and most thorough solution. when Mastina's gaze slowly shifts to Elena. If he destroys her on the spot, Girard and Pradeu's project Eren will permanently lose this key component. No matter what role offered to replace in that project, they will be forced to seek other alternatives. And judging by the urgency and intensity of their encirclement and pursuit, Overdo 3's role is clearly not something easily replaceable. Discarding this burden will allow her to better leverage her own capabilities to assist Alba in completing the operation. She could even turn back and help Alba deal with Igla directly, completing the operation as originally intended. From every angle, this is the most rational decision. All she has to do is eliminate her right here. Elena remains on guard, but the defensive formation of the metal spheres loosens slightly. Alongside fear, a trace of cautious observation appears on her face. She is highly sensitive to changes in emotion and atmosphere.
You're not going to do anything to me, are you?
This simple question is like a key, unlocking something sealed deep within Mastina's neural cloud. She closes her eyes.
I have really powerful orbs, you know?
Elena spreads the metal spheres protectively in front of herself with bravado.
Yeah.
When Mastina's answer is short and direct. I promise her, so I will protect you. At the same time, the tension in her frame subtly eases.
Will she come back?
Elena is clearly referring to Alba. Though wary of both of them, Alba's more kindly demeanor seems to have formed the foundation of trust between them. She will. But Mastina's reply contains no hesitation, as though stating an established fact rather than a hope or guess. She slowly lowers her hand, resolve settling in. She is a member of Task Force D5. She will always fulfill her promises. When Mastina's Wolfeye performs a full spectrum scan, when she is confirmed that the surroundings are temporarily safe, she receives a small device from her tactical pack and starts fiddling with it.
What's that? Hey, Shuri!
Elena's question still causes caution, but now also a hint of curiosity. The metal spheres remain in a defensive state, though no longer as poised to attack. A communicator. When Mastina answers curtly as she continues to tone the device.
Communicator? Doesn't look like one. Jammer?
When Mastina glances at Elena, mildly surprised that she knows such a technical term. This is different.
Different?
Yes. You're so good at this, Mastina. You're doing amazing, sweetie. When Mastina answers each of the girls' questions, but unlike Alba's patient way of doing it, it is with an air of indifference toward both the conversation and her interlocutor, responding almost robotically. Even so, for her, this is already remarkable progress. To Helena, Mastina's blunt manner of speech is unexpectedly reassuring. The two of them continue to talk in short, fragmented exchanges.
You will destroy Eden?
Yes.
計画あるのか。
Do you have a plan?
Mastina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Helena takes a small step forward. She still maintains a safe distance, but the subtle approach signals the beginning of tentative trust. Mastina watches Helena's cautious advance and recalls what her former partner will do in situations like this. After a moment's thought, she reaches out and places her hand on Helena's small head. Like a startled cat, Helena instantly recoils and darts back behind cover. Mastina decides to stop forcing herself to do things she's bad at. No! You tried. Someone give her a star.
ここは危ない。移動する。
We need to move. This place isn't safe.
どこ行く？
Move. Where?
Though hiding from Mastina, Elena continues to converse with her.
任務を終わらせに行く。
To complete the mission. Mastina replies coldly as she stands up and prepares to carry out Alba's plan. Elena hesitates, then follows behind her, still cautious but no longer openly hostile. Between these two very different figures, a subtle trust seems to be quietly taking root.
ついてこい。
Stay close. Mastina suddenly blurts this out. Her tone is as stiff as ever, but the words themselves carry a promise. Elena doesn't respond, and she simply follows along in silence. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short, move on wordlessly, one behind the other. Ah, yeah, that was so cute. Anyway, as I said, guys, we're gonna take a small break while I prepare my lunch. Then I'll be back to eat my lunch. It won't take me long, but you know, I don't wanna keep you guys waiting for like 20 or so minutes. Unless you guys are fine with that. I don't know if you guys are fine with that. Anyway, you can answer while I go prep my food. So yeah, BRB. Alright. Sorry, that took slightly longer than expected. I had to fight off my cats as I tried to go for my food. But I am now returned. I forgot I was watching a stream, sorry. You also have a cat selling food. I have 2 cats selling food, and I was like finishing my food. And they were like both trying to jump me. And I was like, let it eat! But 2 new Savannah kitten and they steal food. Yeah. Cats will do that. But anyway, we are ready to continue the cats do them as sacrifice. We are done with part 1. It just says 84% because I haven't done these extra stages. I'll do them. I'll do them later. Now! It is time for part 1.5. Let's see how long 1.5 is. Oh, it is like equally long as part 1. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. I see how this is gonna be. Also, what is this? What is this thing in the corner? I don't like it. I perceive that, and I don't like that I perceive that. Holy shit, yeah! 3 story modes used to begin, and 3 story nodes. Like, damn! Okay, let's jump into it. Let's go. Nigredo of putrefaction. What the fuck is a... Wait, I need to look up this word. I am now curious. Meaning. Latin for blackness. Okay. The first stage in the alchemical process of transmutation, representing the composition, putrefaction, and the breaking down of impurities to create the Philosopher's Stone. I see. I understand. Very ominous. The first step toward the truth lies in seeking the fundamentals amidst the darkness. Okay, sure, let's go read it. Oh, we're suddenly somewhere else. We're back with Commander, okay. I sit on a sofa. Wait, hold on. The third node is like 2-3 hours, like reverse collapse. You're kidding. There's no way. I sit on a sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down on the city of Liv. As a white-stone city, it is a clean and bright place. Compared to previous greenstone cities, it looked like the product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down arterial streets, while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everything here seems like it's completely disconnected from what lies beyond the quarantine walls. Or do you mean like the 3 nodes in total are that? Or just like the 3rd node on its own? It looks even more developed than the major cities from my memories. Apparently, 10 years is plenty of time for a core city like this to accumulate all kinds of resources. If I hadn't been in the Yellow Zone all this while, this city could have convinced me the world was a better place compared to 10 years ago. I drag my focus back to reality. Behind me, Coleman is jumping up and down on the bed. making strange dorky noises as she bounces. Look at her go. Yeah, I'm gonna assume you mean like all 3 notes. Okay, yeah, all 3 notes. Yeah, no, sorry, it's just that the way you typed that, I took it as like just the 3rd note on its own lasting that, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way 1 note lasts that long. But if it's like the 3 story ones, it's like, oh yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Especially if you get like distracted in between.
This bed is 10,000 times softer than what we have on the Elmo.
Goblin launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing head first on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack before she bounces off the bed and hits the ground. Well, rip Kovne. Kovne is fucking dead. Good thing she's at the wall. Alright, Kovne, that's enough. You're messing up with the bed. Fail the QTE. I'm not coming back now, I tried. We only done like 1 dialogue. We're back with Commander now and Kovne and Grossa.
Sorry about that. I'll tidy up.
Also, Kovne broke her neck, but you know, she's adult, so she just walked it off. Kovne climbs back to her feet and looks around the room in surprise as she begins making the bed.
This place is so fancy. I didn't know a hotel room could be so luxurious. Commander, were you some kind of super big shot in the past? No. Actually, it's my first time staying in a room like this. No way! I thought it was your life before you went to the Yellow Zone.
Oh, you have no idea, Kovne. As if. There's no way I could live a 1% lifestyle like this. Even in the past, I was nothing more than a salaried employee at a small indie PMC.
Really? For some reason, it feels like you're hiding something, Commander.
Currently, we're in the penthouse suite of the Live Grand Intercontinental Hotel. Our accommodations are comprised of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a living room that doubles as a guest room. There's plenty of space here. In addition to the luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with gleaming works of art. Thanks to the pass, we haven't been hindered or searched once on our way here. In fact, the concierge handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Municipal police eyed us a few times. 2 dogs at my sides, our luggage raising flags. But each time, one glance at our ID and they immediately backed off. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, the reports indicate that their journey has been going quite well too. Sure, indie, sure, yeah. A small indie PMC, you know? Nothing.
Kovne, can you lend me a hand? Sure thing. Coming, leader.
Kovne and Grossa help me put away the luggage, and they begin extracting all manner of items from them. Kovne quickly checks our weapons, and puts them into the big safe deposit box inside the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Grossa begins connecting various pieces of electronics equipment in the living room. Before long, a brand new secure communication server is set up and ready to go. Oh, they were just carrying that around, of course, sure. I know the phrase indie private military. Yeah. After powering up the Type 70 two-way low-frequency MES system, whatever the fuck that is, Grossa connects to an encrypted level 2 layer and establishes contact with the other teams.
Commander, 4 and Moonsuit have reached their designated safe houses and they're deploying their equipment.
この後地形確認する予定よ。
They'll be scouting the high ground nearby afterward.
わかった。出発
Alright.
前にルートを共有するよう伝え
Make sure they keep a low profile. Have them send their routes over so I can go through it before they proceed.
了解。
Will do. I'll let them know.
そういえば、そろそろスプリングフィール
Oh,
ドの定時連
yes.
絡の時間
Isn't it almost time for the scheduled check-in with Springfield?
ええ。あと10分くらいよ。
Yes, we have about 10 minutes or so.
連絡が来たら教えて。
Alright, let me know when she calls. Grotha nods, then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. The glass is crystal clear, and it even has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. This bottle of water will probably cost a month's worth of mission earnings in the yellow zone. I twist off the cap. The bitter liquid flows over my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. It's What's this, Commander? Already enjoying life? I hear teasing laughter over my earpiece. I quickly set my gaze over my surroundings, looking for hidden cameras. Oh, don't be so anxious, Commander. I was simply borrowing calmness visual feeds. And what do you know? The very first thing I see is you downing a bottle of something super expensive. I look behind me, and sure enough, Courtney is sitting on the bed and looking at me. I walk over to Courtney and turn her head in the other direction. That's a sound. Beautiful. I love it. I didn't check. I have the music playing. Yeah, I do. Okay.
そのまましばらく私を見ないで。
That should be a sound alert. If I could take it from the game, I would. Okay, keep facing that way. Don't look at me for now. After assuring that the lion can't see me, I keep my earpiece and continue the transmission.
何か新しい情報でも？
What is it? Is there news? Just making a routine check-in. The Elmo is now stopped beside the railway station you set out from, near the green zone quarantine walls. I doubt anyone will be bold enough to launch an attack there. I've already placed an order for chopper fuel, and the local underground brokers are already sending the supplies over. This way, Group 3 will be always ready to extract you all from Liv. Speaking of which, Commander, I was looking through the Elmo's accounts, and I have to say, your finances are in a really sad state.
勝手に見たの？
Wait, you hacked my accounts? Oh my, how is that considered hacking? I prefer to call it effective asset management.
それはありがたいわね。
Well, thank you very much for that.
ロレンがあなたに知られて
Unfortunately, the Elmo really is that strapped for cash. So if that really bothers you, why don't you top up our accounts with your URNC salary? So not only do you want me to work for free, but you even want me to pay for the privilege of doing so. Oh, I love her voice acting. You're so inhumane. I just ignored Dandelion's theatrics.
第三世代人形とメラニーの様子は？
How are things with the third gen dolls and Melanie on board the Elmo? They're pretty normal for now. I've arranged for Grossa's team to keep an eye on them. They shouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. There haven't been any new developments otherwise. As for the UR group, it seems they'll be holding a press conference today. If anything important comes up, I'll share it with you.
Hey, Haku! Story's going... It's going great. I can't speak.
ええ、頼んだわ。
That works for me. Thank you.
指揮官スプリングフィールドから通信よ。
Commander, Mrs. Springfield's made her check-in call.
わかった。ダンデライオン、また何かあったら連絡して。
That's all for now then. We'll talk if anything new happens. Hi, hi. I nod to Grossa as she patches Springfield to my earpiece.
どうしたの？任務は順調？
Springfield, how's the mission going?
予定通りならカリンと合流したはずよ。
You should have linked up with Kalin by now, right? Indeed, we're with Miss Kalina now. However, Springfield hesitates, and I sense that something is wrong. She's been hospitalized and is undergoing treatment. I've also heard that you've arrived on leave. Could I trouble you to come over and visit her?
病院？
Wait, she's been hospitalized?
何が起きたの？
What happened to her? Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from beside her. I'm sorry, Commander, but the details are very complicated and I might not be able to explain them over transmission. It will be best to explain the specifics to you in person. I've sent you the address. In addition, Miss Kalina would like to speak with you face to face.
わかった。すぐ行く。
Understood. I'm heading over right now.
Well, at least she's conscious.
I'm very sorry to have inconvenienced you, Commander.
そんなこと言わないで。
Not at
あ
all.
なたたちは無事？
Are you alright? Yes, we those are fine. It's just that Miss Kalina. In any case, we'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance.
ええ。
Got it. Give me some time. The transmission ends, and I begin thinking. Springfield mentioned that Kalin was in hospital. Were the security guards and Kalin attacked during the Helena handover?
This is the first note of 1.5.
Alarms immediately go off in my head. If Helena could be snatched even in the white zone, it means Nonfa doesn't have much control over the situation in Liv. That also implies that what Krieger said about putting the UR group on trial is probably not going to happen. I remember an incident in the city of Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough forces on hand to handle a clash of that level.
グローザ、この座標に向かうわよ。
Rosa, get ready to move out. This is our destination.
これは病院？
Didn't finish 1.0 until today. Yeah, I actually just finished 1.0. I couldn't stream last week, so...
These coordinates are... This is a hospital.
どうしたの？
Did something happen?
カリンが。詳細はわからな
Yes,
いけど、
something happened to Colin.
スプリングフィールドが知らせ
I don't know the details yet. I only found out from Springfield's transmission.
ヘレナの引き渡しがうまくいかなかったんだと思うわ。
My guess is that they were attacked during the Helena handover,
襲撃。
and Kalina is probably hurt.
襲撃。
They were attacked?
ヘレナちゃんは？
Is Helena alright?
About that.
わからない。とに
I
かく
don't know at the moment. In any case, we should get moving ASAP.
そよ風はホテルに残って情報収集。
Monster stays behind to gather intel near the hotel.
一緒に来るよう伝えて。
Horror shadows us from a distance and keeps an eye on our surroundings.
了解。全員に連絡するわ。
Understood. I'll relay your orders.
コルフェン、指揮官の装備を用意して。
Governor, help the commander gear up.
病院だからハンドガンだけでいい。
It's just a hospital visit. I'll be fine with my sidearm.
404は通常装備を携行。警察に
404 will carry long-range weapons. Make sure they don't catch the attention of the municipal police.
Want to get spoils of peace? Understandable! Bye-bye! Thank you for dropping by!
Grossa and Kaufman nod, then begin working on their respective tasks. I rub my temples, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course, my trip to leave wouldn't be smooth sailing.
Of course. Were you really expecting?
The taxi drops us off at the main gate of the hospital. But what surprises me is that it looks nothing like what I imagined. It doesn't look like a hospital so much as another hotel. The main corridor of lush greenery speaks of careful landscaping, while the corridor to the hospital interior remains nearly empty of foot traffic. I head toward the front door. Springfield is there already, and she has clearly been waiting for a while.
お待ちしていました、指揮官。
When did she change? Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Ah. Right. Thank you for holding. Crimson North fell after something else. Yeah, I mean, this is a white zone. No. We're in the white zone, right? Yeah, yeah. Look at this fucking hospital, man. Anyway, let's continue.
Commander, you're here. Corposant called the nod to Springfield, but I'm more concerned about just what exactly happened to them.
状況は
Should be a white zone, I think. My memory might be failing me. What's the current situation?
すみません。カリーナさんと合流
I'm
した
very
時
sorry.
に襲われました。
We were attacked while we were meeting up with Miss Kalina.
ジラードグループ
Was it the Iraq group? Actually, they should have said it here. Oh, never mind, they didn't say it. Oops. Was it the Iraq group?
ここから先は私が話そう
Dad! Dad is back! I'll take it from here.
Career walks out from inside the building, wearing a formal suit. His face is gloomy, which isn't like how he was when I last saw him.
クルーガーさん あなたまで。
You're here too?
ああ、私にもこの状況を招いた責任があるからな。
Yes. After all, I bear responsibility for what happened. His voice is so good. It just tickles my ears.
中で話そう。ついてこい。
Let's continue this inside. Come with me, Commander.
Kruger turns and heads inside. I follow him without a word. Inside the corridor, I see several men in seats speaking into their lapels. They eye us warily. I say a few quiet words to Grossa, having her remind for a form not to end up clashing with Kruger's people. Grossa nods and begins speaking with them at level 2. At the end of the corridor, Kruger opens a door. There is a small reception room beyond and another door on the far side of that one. My instincts tell me that Kalina should be in there. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception room, her hand raised in greeting. Naturally, I won't be surprised to find her here. Leva walks over to a nearby sofa, her hands behind her back, which is rammed straight. The other doll silently moved to her side while I settle into one sofa facing Kruger. Kruger takes a seat and sighs heavily. Then he looks up, awaiting my questions.
クルーガーさん、一体何が？
What's going on, Mr. Kruger?
お前の予想通り、ヘレナの引き渡しをジラードに邪魔された。
Sorry, I need to listen to his voice. Yeah, Kruger ASMR. Good damn. Your guess was correct. The GRAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA
Did he take Elena?
無事というのも語弊があるな。
No, they didn't get anything.
どんな手を使ったのかは不明だが、引き渡し現場を包囲された途端、カリーナ含め人間の味方が謎の放射線を受けて気絶した。
Oh yeah, his voice is so smooth. When he zooms to the skin from Frontline 1.
They surrounded the handover point and knocked out our human personnel with some kind of unknown radiation weapon, including Kalina.
戦術人形が応戦し、ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。
Meanwhile, our tactical dolls were standing off against the GR group's armed forces. In the end, we didn't let them take Elena.
それじゃあヘレナは
So Elena's...
ここにはいない。反逆正体の人形2名によって連れ去られた。
She's not with us either. Two dolls from Task Force DeFi took her with them.
反逆正体
DeFi?
詳細は当事者に聞くといい。
I think I should let someone who was there tell you about it.
リバの記録が最も信憑性があるだろう。
Liva was on the scene at that time. Her log should be quite convincing. Liva nods, then takes a step forward and offers me a tablet.
久しぶりね、指揮官。
It's been a long time, Commander.
Mi vieja Sorry, that is required.
当時の状況を再生するわ。
Allow me to explain what happened. The tablet contains Liva's visual logs. From their standoff with the UR forces to the two DeFi dolls moving with Helena. Liva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me.
ジラードは倉庫を包囲し、ヘレナの強奪を試みた。
So GR forces surrounded you,
突然現れた
tried to kidnap
反逆正体
Elena.
によって
Then DeFi suddenly showed up and took her away during the standoff?
ええ、相手は電子戦に強くて、初手から未知のコーラップス粒子を散布し、
That's right.
味方の行動を
The opposition had very strong electronic warfare capabilities. Both our human and dull elements were suppressed from the very beginning, subject to the unknown collapsed particles which we failed to detect.
To detect. Sorry. It says detect. Let me show you. I'm gonna hide myself for a second. We failed to detect.
向こうの指揮官はとんでもなく強い第三世代人形よ。
They were-
AK-15 相手に 互角以上だった。
They were led by a very powerful Thirjan doll, strong enough to fight AK-15 to a standstill.
何？
The little jump. It's like, what do you mean? They faced off against AK-15. Like, holy shit. At least we know it's still manually translated and not done with AI. Oh yeah. You know, that thing, those things do let us know that it is made with love and care. Also because it is very noticeable when it's machine translated. We can look at Neural Cloud for that. Sometimes you fail to detect can't folder for that.
これを見て。
Have a look, Commander. In the video, I see AK-15 clashing with a doll in a fancy dress. For a moment, AK-15 is at a disadvantage.
Del Seer, the old man. Ah, yes.
There's an explosion, and then Tifa is nowhere to be seen.
交戦後、彼女たちはヘレナを連れて下水道に逃げた。
They took Elena and fled into the
下
sewers.
水道はジラードに封鎖されたわ。
After that, GR forces locked it down.
ホワイトエリアの目の前で非軍事勢力管理局の人間を襲って。
Pretty bold of the GR group to hit Nova personnel this close to the White Zone, don't you think?
カリーナたちは最初は機械に襲われたのだが、ほどなくして。
Godin and the others exchanged fire with unknown mechanical units first. And then that Thirjan doll showed up with local security forces and surrounded the warehouse.
傍から見れば通報を受けて出動しただけに過ぎない。
Strictly speaking, it was a perfectly normal police response to an alert.
そんな。
Textbook entrapment, don't you mean?
だが事実、奴らは何の法律も条例も破っていない。
Nothing they did violated green or white zone laws.
ジラードグループの総裁にも連絡したのだが、部下の暴走の。
I also contacted the GR group chairman, and he swore that this was his underlings acting on their own. He wasn't informed and never gave his approval for anything like this. I'm sure.
しらしらしい。
As if anyone would believe that bullshit.
だが奴は保身で精一杯のはずだ。こちらを襲う。
That man is in a pretty precarious state in his own right. Given his situation, he had no reason to attack us. So I suspect there might be there might be a new, uncertain element involved.
いずれにせよ同じことが起きないよう圧力をかけて。
In any case, I'll keep applying pressure to make sure this kind of attack doesn't happen again.
ヘレナはこちらが全力で連れ戻す。反逆の。
We'll do our best to get Elena back. At the very least, she should be relatively safe as long as she is in DeFi's custody.
どうして彼女たちはヘレナを？
Why will DeFi take Elena?
ジラードに奪われないようとっさにやったことだろう。
I believe that at the time, the DeFi duels determined that GR was on the verge of seizing Elena, so they decided to intercept her instead.
実際ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。反逆は保安局を。
That course of action will make sense. They might not be affiliated with the Statesec anymore, but they still have ways to reach us.
なぜかずっと沈黙している。いい気がしない。
That said, I find it very suspicious that they haven't contacted us after taking Elena with them. In the past, Melanie said a Statesec agent had tried to rescue her, and DeFi is closely linked to Statesec. Perhaps they were involved with Elena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Elena safe. Nodding my frown, Kruger stands up and pats me on the shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the inner door and speaks to me.
ヘレナの件はこちらに任せてくれ。
We'll look into the Helena situation.
お前はカリーナに顔を見せてこい。あそこの病室だ。
Until then, you should go see Kalina. She's in the ward over there.
ひどく落ち込んでいる。元気づけられるのはお前しかいない。
She's feeling very depressed now. Maybe seeing you will help cheer her up.
はい。ゆっくり話してきます。
Yeah, I'll have a good chat with her. I nod and rise to my feet. Kalvin moves to follow me, but Lima raises a hand to stop her.
二人っきりにしてあげて。
Let's give them some time alone. Kalvin looks at Gross in confusion, but Grossa nods to Kalvin too, so she obediently returns to her previous place.
Shocking how many people don't know what their underlings are doing. I know, right? Shocking. Wait, what? I'm drinking some water.
I open the door and find Lena sitting on the bed.
指揮官だ。
Lena lightly shakes the person lying on the bed, but she doesn't respond.
かりんね。
Oh no. Kalina wraps herself in her blanket, curling into a cocoon with her back turned to me. She shows no sign of responding to Lena.
私に任せて。
Let me handle this. Lena nods to me, then hops off the bed and heads outside.
ちゃんと話してね。
Commander, make sure you have a good chat with Colin, okay? After whispering in my ear, Lena steps outside and closes the door behind her. I gulp. It sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. After calming myself down and pulling myself together, I address the head of the sickbed in a voice as natural as I can manage.
カリン、大丈夫？
Colin, are you alright?
Oh no, I don't like how the shadow of that sprite looks.
I creep to her bedside and rise on my tiptoes, trying to glimpse her face. Colleen seems to realize what I'm trying to do and covers her face with the blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. I sigh quietly and then take my seat beside her bed, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with an almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware of how out of place I am here. I have to say something to break this deadlock, and with that in mind, I decide to speak.
そういえば、まだあのやたら安い闇ブローカーを使っているの？
Say, Colin, about the broker you recommended last time. Is he the same one that keeps quoting you the lowest prices?
あそこまで安いとちょっと不安になるわよね。
For some reason, his staff seems a bit dodgy.
Commander, you kinda suck at this.
でもカリンは昔から経費に厳しいかららしいといえばらしいけど。
Still, I get that you're watching every penny when it comes to expenses like this. So it's understandable that you were going for the most cost-efficient option.
3時になってもやっぱり節約しちゃうもの
Okay, yeah, she's getting more confidence now. Okay, this might work.
I guess you're still as thrifty as ever, even after becoming a counselor, huh?
そんなわけないでしょ。
She's blushing. Why does this hospital gown also has a patch, a non-fa logo? Someone explain that to me.
As if. Upon hearing this, Kalina is so annoyed that she pops her head out of the blankets and glares at me.
指揮官様にいい加減な闇ブローカーを紹介するわけないじゃないですか。
She's so angry. Oh, Kalina. It's very deep lore reused assets.
How could I possibly recommend cheap merchants to you, Commander?
いくらなんでもひどすぎます。
You're slandering me. I pick out the best brokers in the area for you. Her tears from just now are still welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, Kalina's angry expression can't hide that glimpse of youth and innocence I remember. She seems to catch herself. In an instant, the sheets are yanked back over her face, her hands swiping hastily at tear-streaked cheeks.
もうまた昔みたいにからかって。
Damn it. You did it to me again, Commander.
怒る元気があって安心した。
Well, I am glad to see you're energetic enough to respond like that. Now that Kalina isn't going to retreat under the covers for the time being, I finally have the chance to have a proper conversation with her. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness in the air, I look at the fruit basket near the head of the bed. There are apples and a fruit knife in there.
リンゴ食べる？
Want an apple? I'll peel one for you. Kalina lowers her head without saying anything. Then she nods in silence. I pick up one apple and begin removing its skin. Meanwhile, Kalina's eyes are fixed on the apple. I hand her the peeled apple. Kalina takes a bite of it, and then the tears start flowing once again. Random question, do you guys peel your apples?
指揮官様、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I don't. Yes, yes. No, no. I used to. No, I ate it all. I've only ever seen it in anime. Okay, so I need the occasionally. Used to. Now it's not much effort. I don't bother peeling apples. Okay, to the two people that instantly responded yes. Irma and Kat. Why? Yeah, because this is like, you know, they didn't make like slices or stuff. At least from what they wrote, it looked like they just Commander just peeled the apple and then had just handed it to her in full. And I'm like, that's gonna get your hands so sticky because of the apple juice. Apples, I heard onions. How the fuck? Okay, Kat, that raises another question. It's like that meme, like, I have a better question. I have a better question now. How did you hear apples as onions? In Japan, they peel apples because they use a lot of pesticides so the skin has pesticide residue or something. Ah. I have hearing loss and a log in Topocopia. Okay, understandable. Sorry, Sune, I read your comment as I was drinking water and I almost died. Just biting into peeled onion raw. Over here we do eat onions like apples. I mean, respectable, I think. But yeah, some people eat the apple cores, and I don't know how they do it.
Kalina's over here crying and we're here talking about onions and apples. What is wrong with us? Sorry, it's just... things happened, you know? AC trumpet's gone, but it's like hard. Oh yeah, no, onion soup is good shit. Anyway, back to the sadness. Enough about eating onions raw. So back to the sadness. The coping mechanism. This isn't about my poor life choices. Yeah, this is about Shikikan's poor life choices. So let's get back to that. That was so funny though, I laugh. Anyway, Kalina was crying.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, it was all my fault.
私はヘレナさんを守れませんでした。
I couldn't protect Elena. Her voice is very soft, but every word was a self-loathing and regret. I don't know how to console her. After thinking for a moment, I mustered up a simple reply.
ヘレナなら反逆正体と一緒にいる。ジラードに奪われずに。
Elena is currently with DeFi. The Girard group didn't manage to snatch her, which is a plus.
それよりあなたの方が。
But your health...
私なんかどうでもいいです。
My health doesn't matter. It does! Shut up!
そんなわけないでしょ。
How could it not matter?
ヘレナさんを二度も奪われてしまった。
What matters is that I've lost Elena twice.
もうあなたに合わせる顔が。
I'm too ashamed to face you.
そんなこと言わないで。
Don't worry too much about it. Just focus on getting better.
大丈夫。必ず連れ戻す。
We'll get her back. Count on it.
信じています。
I know. I know you can do it, Commander.
Look at her smile. Kalina, you're so precious.
あなたならヘレナさんを連れ戻すどころか。
You'll definitely bring Elena back.
止めて懲らしめるでしょうね。
And even if someone tries to interfere, you'll trash them to within an inch of their life.
昔からそうでした。
You can always turn any situation around, no matter how bad it gets.
That's a smile we must protect. So true, so real.
Kalina folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them.
でも私はあなたのようには。
But I can't. I'm just no good at combat leadership.
弾薬の整理や報告書をまとめる方が好きなのに、そんな場所すら。
I prefer sorting ammo and writing reports, actually. But there aren't any places that let me do that anymore.
Oh no, she misses her whole life with us.
だから嫌なことでもやるしかないのに。
There's no place for me there anymore. So I've got to do all those things I hate.
自分一人の力でも何かを変えられると証明しないといけないんです。
It can't be helped, because I need to prove that I can still make a difference, even if I'm alone.
でもできないの。
But I just can't.
After seeing how tough and in charge she was in Deep Oblivion, she's so vulnerable here. It hits hard. Yeah, I was gonna yeah. It's like she's been so in control and badass so far. And now here she is, crying, telling us how she actually hates doing all that. And I'm like, no, baby.
どんなに頑張っても何も変わらなかった。
No matter how hard I try, nothing changes.
どれだけ犯罪者を取り締まってもロレン全体どころか自分の周りすら良くならない。
No matter how many people I arrest, no matter how many criminals I put away, I can't even make my surroundings a better place, let alone the URNC as a whole.
どうしてですか？
Why do things turn out like this? Kalina viciously clutches the sheets, and the wrinkles in them only grow deeper as she uses more force.
指揮官様が消えた時すごく怒りました。
At first, I was really mad when I heard about your decision.
どうして私にも何も言ってくれなかったんですか？
Why did you just leave without saying anything? You didn't even tell me.
足手まといになるから。
Was it because I was just a burden to you?
いいえ、そうじゃないの。
It's just... I paused for a moment, and then I decided to tell her.
今まで十分苦しんできたあなたにまでこんな先の見えない生活をさせたくない。
It's just that I didn't want you to live a life like mine with no future. You already suffered too much, and your body wouldn't be able to take it.
もう戦いに巻き込まれる必要は。
There was no need for you to go back into that mess.
指揮官様の目には私が映っていなかったんですね。
Oh, I see where she's going with this. Oh.
That's what I mean, Commander. You never truly looked at me.
いつまでも子供扱いして。
Perhaps I'll always be a kid in your eyes.
非軍事勢力管理局に入った時、あなたの経歴を見させていただきました。
I read your service record after joining NANFA,
あなたのそばに立つ資格など、
and after learning just how much you'd been through, I realized that perhaps I will never be qualified to stand by your side.
私なんか犠牲になった人々の足元にも及ばない。
As for all the people who've died, I couldn't sacrifice and contribute like they did. I didn't even have the chance to try.
いいえ。
違いますか？
Am I wrong?
Girl, you are like a daughter. I mean, it is true that in just round one, Kalina had like what, 18?
Am I wrong?
でももう責めたりしません。
Still,
私のことを考えて決めたのは
I don't blame you for that anymore. And I know you hid the truth out of consideration for me.
Early 20s in just round one?
今の立場になってから指揮官が
It's mailing is the one that's 18.
理解できました。
The longer I spent in Nanfa, the more I came to realize why you were so disappointed in the URNC. Kalina raises her head to look at me, and in her eyes, I see a complex mix of emotions. Frustration, regret, longing, and hope.
ごめんなさい。本当はこんなことに巻き込むべきではありませんでした。
I'm sorry, Commander. I should never have involved you in the Elena mission.
ただこの依頼をきっかけにあなたとまた一緒にお仕事できればと思って。
I wanted to take this opportunity to contact you again. Even if it was just as a bounty hunter and a client.
そうすれば昔みたいな関係に戻れるのではないかと。
Perhaps we could have gone back to how we used to be after working together.
例えば指揮官様が管理局に入って
Maybe you might have been willing to join Nonfa.
正面作戦を指揮するあなたを私がサポートする。
That way, we'd have been able to work together like we did in the past,
ありえたかもしれません。
with you directing combat ops and with me supporting you from behind. After saying that, the hope in her eyes fades, replaced by helplessness and resignation.
でも一方で、あなたにまた戦わせるのは億劫でした。
But I don't want you to come back to this messed up world, Commander.
この世界に希望などなく、すべてが誰かのシナリオ通りに進んでいる。
It's so messed up that there's no hope in sight. Everything just follows a scripted scenario.
正義、平等、解放、どれも虚像です。
Justice,
対岸が
fairness,
どれだけ力を持っているか
freedom.
壁外の人間が知るこ
It's
とは
all fake. The corporations just get bigger, and nobody cares about people outside the walls.
初めてあなたと通信した際、私もすべてを投げ出してエルモ号に乗ろうかと想像しました。
After I contacted you the first time, I even imagined myself going over to the Elmo. I wanted to just throw everything away and head out on the spot.
私に失うものなどないのですから。
After all, I never had anything to lose in the first place. Kalina.
果たすべき責任がなければ、今すぐにでも。
Why should I even stay here and keep suffering, if not to fulfill my duties?
ごめん、カリン。あなたにはいろいろと背負わせすぎた。
I'm sorry, Kalina. It was my fault for making you suffer pain that you should never have had to bear.
もしやり直せるなら、
If I could have,
いいえ、同じです。
but you couldn't. I know.
あなたは自分のことすら構わないような人ですから。
The truth is, you don't care about anyone, not even yourself. Oh! Ouch!
たとえやり直す機会があったとしても、あなたは同じ選択をしたでしょう。
You'd have made the same choice anyway, no matter the cost.
私もそういう人間になりたいんです。茨の道になることは、
I wanted to become someone like that, even though I knew how hard it would be.
けれど、
It's just... Kalina can't bring herself to go on. She picks up the apple and bites down on it, then offers it to me. I take it without hesitation and take a bite too. Kalina smiles in a complicated way. She wipes her tears and speaks to me.
やっぱりあなたは優しいですね。でも今の私に
You're just too kind, Commander. But for me, this kindness is too...
一人にしてください。
Please let me be alone for a while. Paulina lies back down and covers her face with her blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble up inside me but die on my tongue. I put the apple on the table and stand up, but she doesn't react. All I can do is turn away, open the door, and leave the room. Kruger is waiting for me right outside.
様子は
Well, that went well.
Is she alright?
一人にしてと言われました。
I think so. She said she needed some time alone.
カリーナは負けず嫌いな上に責任感が人一倍強い。
Her self-confidence took a big hit this time round.
答えたのだろう。
She's always been very competitive, and this case just so happened to involve you too.
私にできることはありますか？
Is there anything I can do?
そうだな。
As though he knew I'd asked that question, Kruger turns away and picks up a folder, which he hands to me.
ジラードグループの資料だ。お前の方でもジラードと
This is a file on the URA group.
楽園計画の存在についても知っているはずだ。
I believe you already found clues on how they're working with Paradeus and information pertaining to Project Eden.
楽園計画？一体何？
Project Eden? What the hell is that?
それをこれから調べる。
That's what we want to know too.
表向きはコーラプス汚染と再生エネルギーの研究。
On the surface, it combines collapse contamination removal with power generation. And the leader of this project is the daughter of the URA group chairman. Her name is Orphalun.
That's a name.
オルフェルーネ？
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳
Yes.
細を発表する予定。
She will be holding a press conference on Project Eden, where she will announce technical details.
本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが、
At first, I planned to have Kalina make contact with her, but... Kruger looks toward the ward.
今は休養が何より大事だ。
Right now,
代役を頼む。
she needs to rest and recover. Can I entrust this task to you?
何をすれば？
What exactly do you need me to do?
記者に偽装してオルフェルーネに接触し、知っていることを聞き出せ。
I'll arrange a cover identity for you as a member of the press. While doing so, I want you to build a relationship with her. Figure out just how much she knows about Project Eden.
だが、彼女の身の安全にはくれぐれも注意を払ってくれ。
However, the most important thing is to ensure that she is safe. The URA group is getting ready to turn over all their evidence regarding the cooperation with Paradeus. This means the chairman's daughter might end up being kidnapped to forestall the process, or simply as a revenge target.
なら保護すればいいのでは？
Wouldn't an over-security detail be better? You could have them protect her directly.
まだやらなければいけないことがある。
There are some uncertainties regarding the URA group plea deal. I'll do my best to expedite the process.
それが終わるまで管理局とジラードのつながりが世に出るリスクは
Until then, Nova does not want the public to link them too closely to the URA group.
メディアがどう捉え拡散するか分かったものじゃないからな。
Once this information makes it into the public domain, the media groups controlled by the other corporations might end up twisting the facts into their own interpretation of things.
世論ですか。わかりました。
So you want to control public opinion then? I understand.
ああ。リワには情報面で支援させる。どう動くかは。
I'll have Liva provide information support, but you have complete operational freedom.
お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形で事足りると思うが、必要なものがあれば。
I think you shall have enough weapons and dolls to complete this mission. Let me know if you need more resources.
了解。反逆とヘレナについて新しい情報があれば教えてください。
Tell me if you hear anything about DeFi or Elena.
無論だ。
I will. Kruger pauses for a moment.
よく戻ってくれた。やはりお前がいると心強いな。
Welcome back, Commander. Having you around is very reassuring.
戻ってはいません。任務は必ず成功させます。
I'm not back, Mr. Kruger. But don't worry, I'll finish the mission.
Damn, okay. Man! What a way to start 1.5. Am I right? Thank you for the hydrate. That is exactly what I did. 50-minute note. I mean, to be fair, we did go on a tangent. Our apples and onions. Just a second. Man! Our big cold drinks, real! that conversation with Kalina. That was something, all right. Was rough. All right. Oh yeah, wait. Let me check Discord. Okay, no, we good. We good. Depending on how long the next one is, we might need to end it after that one. That skin experience real. After reading Rush Limit, this conversation hits harder, way harder. It's true! She didn't cut a break. First she tried to help us but sold us out to Javier, and now she tried to help us but lost Elena. It's true. I couldn't read Rush Limit on stream, but for the people that don't play, the very TLDR of it is that it focuses on Kalina. You know, like not long after the Frankfurt events, when Commander goes missing, or quote unquote supposedly died. But you know, Kalina has her suspicions, so you know she sneaks around. She reactivates Tokarev, and she starts chasing around clues with her, trying to find Commander. You know, it's basically just the entire event is about her, you know, going from place to place, picking up hints about Commander, until finally she finds, like, Commander was like at a hideout, and finally she finds them, and it turns out that the entire time she had Javier's like police, army, or was it a state? I don't remember, but like, you know, military following her. So they basically used her to find Commander. Yeah, she got used like a mole. And even then, Commander doesn't blame her. And Commander is taken away after that, like right in front of her. So it was rough. It was rough for her. And now here she is, 10 years later, trying to help Commander again. And once again, she fails. Anyway, let's get this one done before... Reggie, get off here. Get out of here. Tucker was doing her best too. But yeah, let's read this one because I probably have to end after this. Since these are very, very long. Albedo of Purification. The second step lies in the cleansing of impurities. Oh, so these are like the first step, second step. Okay, just transmutation things. This is also used story, so yippee! Reading time. We love reading.
After passing through multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance to the UR Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. The building's interior surprised me more than the entire city of Liv. The floors are so clean that they're practically shining. Holographic time displays hang in the air, and I'm surrounded by the faint scent of disinfectant. All this fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. As my first impression, the internal layer of the building provides a glimpse of the future. I hope this future isn't for everyone. Looking at the milling throng at the building's entrance, I suddenly give thanks that I am in the VIP access corridor. There are a few people in this express corridor, so I'm able to bring the dolls in without drawing much attention. I try to loosen my collar as I walk. It feels like a noose. While muttering to myself, my hand reflexively reaches my waist, where my handgun ought to be. However, there is nothing but a well-made fountain pen and a press pass there. I'm currently wearing a suit on loan from the hotel. Makeri spent 3 full hours trying to reshape my image. From my mannerism to etiquette knowledge, it's like she was completely reinventing my persona.
I wish you had sprites of both commanders wearing a suit. That is the skin I need, Mika. Fuck half with the swimsuit skin. Give me a suit skin for commander. But female commander needs to have pants as well.
Still, it feels less like putting on a suit of ill-fitting clothes and wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessmen behind me clear their throats and glare in displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd been standing too long in front of the security checkpoint entrance.
Alright, time to get to work. Ace journalist of the Shining Age. You must be getting scared? No! Hands! Commander, your shoulders are too stiff. Journalists don't stand up that straight. Relax a little. Remember that you're our editor-in-chief right now. I haven't been to places like this for a long time already. There's a strange smell in the air. Do chief editors get nervous over interviews? I guess so.
I shrug off the annoyed looks behind me and lead the dolls into the HQ of the UR group. Once I'm in the entrance hall, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by cold inspection devices and stern-looking security personnel. We still have 6 hours until the UR Group's Technology Summit. The main conference hall inside the building has already been set up. Guided by the signage and the receptionist, the summit attendees and press personnel file into the venue and make their preparations. Identity verified. Disguised as a media team from the Shen H news agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoints. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Grossa and Kovne. This way, please. After verifying our identities, the receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening on the other side of a glass wall. The receptionist stops near a stairwell, then hands me a card with a smile. This is the keycard for your suite, courtesy of the organizers. It will be a while until the summit begins. Until then, you may rest in your room and prepare for the evening's interview. Of course, if you wish, you can also participate in the ongoing gatherings. Perhaps you might be able to find valuable news before the press conference begins. We wish you a pleasant day. Thank you. I smile at the receptionist. The rest of the team and I watch as they leave. Have the other teams made it in? They're still on the other side of the building, waiting as their weapons are brought in through a food service corridor with the catering. Clicking will contact me once they're ready. I hope nothing goes wrong on their end. What will we do next? Let's check out the inside of the building. That way we'll have some means of dealing with any contingency. Also, there's a young miss from the UR group. I take out her ID photo and study it carefully. For some reason, I feel like I've seen her face before. Have you met her before, Commander? For someone in my position, there's no way I could have. But she still seems kind of familiar. Probably deja vu or something. After giving myself a quick once over, we try to mingle with the other attendees to try and figure out what's going on. A steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some of the more prominent, famous, and senior ones are being mobbed by pressmen trying to tease scoops out of them. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer to the industry are gathering in front of the refreshments table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Rosa and Kovne out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find Orpheloon among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective appears, even after I make a circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around the hall, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're simply dressed, but with a distinct academic air. I pretend to consult the GR group prospectus while eavesdropping on their conversation. Man, did you see the constipated look on the professor's face when he was being interviewed? Yeah, I did. Must have been a question about that Orpheloon again. I guess everyone's only interested in young geniuses. Upon hearing the keyword Orpheloon, I surreptitiously move closer to them, for a clearer picture of what they're discussing. Money really is the most important thing when it comes to research. Despite her young age, she managed to gather the funding needed to build a lab of her own and get people like the prof to work for her. It will be hard for someone like that not to succeed. If only my parents had worked harder when I was a kid. Maybe I would have been the one speaking on the stage later. The students chat casually, all seeming to be around Orphalun's age according to her resume. Though her impressive achievements clearly make them uneasy around this exceptional peer. Did you see that interview of hers last month? Yeah, do you mean the one where she was talking about how she grew up? The professor gave me a copy and told me to study it carefully. Yeah, he was muttering crowd like, if only I had a student like this, I wouldn't have to worry about my retirement fund and whatnot. What a good teacher. Prof, don't give up so soon. Your 50s are your prime. That said, there's no way mere mortals like us can hope to replicate the legendary lifestyle of a genius like her. So, do you think she really lived through the Frankfurt incident like she said? Hey yo, Frankfurt incident mention? Or did she just sprinkle it into her personal history to add some color to it? Who knows? I was only in middle school 10 years ago. I guess everything I know about it came from the TV. Well, claiming that she's a survivor of the Frankfurt incident. That's one hell of a lie. You gotta make it more believable, miss. They end up talking more about Orphalun, but I've already tuned them out. I became lost in those decade-old memories from the moment they mentioned that word. The flames of the NCU's war burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of peace was shattered by the hands of the people themselves. The scorched earth was soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Alarms, gunsmoke, ruins. Mothers in despair, weeping children, those fleeing in all directions. And then there are the memories from Nirvana being opened. Excuse me, the memories from what? The memories from what being opened? Chief. Chief! When I come to my senses, I see Kaufman looking at me with anxiety in her eyes. The venue hall has gotten noisier before I realize it. A large-scale pre-conference interview begins as the media personnel begin arriving. Flashbulbs and cameras are going off all around me. While I figure nobody remembers my face anymore, I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively to photographic and video recording equipment. I'll go take cover over there. Keep watch inside the venue hall. Let me know immediately if Orphalun shows up. Man. I quickly dart around the packed crowd, through the revolving door, and arrive at the rooftop balcony outside the venue. The balcony is much quieter compared to the inside of the venue hall. A gentle breeze caresses my face and briefly frees me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Orphalun. So she was a survivor of Frankfurt after all. If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? Was she a civilian? A scholar? soldier? Or was she a member of Paradeus? Did this project Eren she's working on now grow from seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers have an involvement with Paradeus? Or is she just another Paradeus leader thrust onto the stage after William made his exit? As I lose myself in my thoughts, a voice suddenly shatters the peace on the balcony.
本日はご来場いただき誠にいや違う
Honored guests and fellow scholars. No, that's not right.
こうしてお集まりいただいたのは科学の奇跡を共に
We are gathered here today to bear witness to a miracle of science. Trying way too hard.
ジラードグループバイオテクノロジー部門の責任者として
As the supervisor of the GR Group Biotechnology Department, I am honored to... No. It's my profound honor to... how is that any different? The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There is a small gazebo here, half hidden by the shrubbery. I turn to look at it as if someone pacing there, seemingly frustrated about something.
バカバカバカどうして挨拶くらいでこんなに手こずらない
Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why can't I even memorize a simple speech? A young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers hitting the ground hard.
原稿が悪いわ私のスタイルと全然合ってない
It's all the fault of those clowns who wrote this alpha script. It doesn't suit me at all. The great Orphelon should be making a more brilliant, more exciting speech. One that highlights our scientific achievements. Well, we found her. I silently study the stern speaker. While I'm still some distance away from her, my instincts tell me that she is my target.
Instincts, and not the fact that she just called herself Orphelon, the great Orphelon.
That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission objective here at all. It's hard to believe that she, the daughter of the GR Group's chairman, will actually go around without a bodyguard by her side. The girl calling herself the Great Orphelon is nothing like the elegant and confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match up too well with her picture. Suspicious. I continue approaching and finally manage to get a good look at her. What shocks me is how young she looks, like a freshly graduated university student. She is currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers, but then a sudden gust of wind ruins her plans.
原稿が待って
Oh, she's cute. She's cute. Get back here! Stop flying off! Panicked, she goes after the wind-tossed papers like a kitten chasing a butterfly. As one of them drifts over to the edge of the balcony, she leans out to get it.
危ない
Look out!
As I see her about to fall off the side of the balcony, I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective and break into sprint. I grab her collar with one hand and pull her back from the brink, while snatching the fluttering sheets of paper out of the air with the other.
Wait a second. What, Doc? Do you remember something?
She stumbles under the sudden tug, but soon finds her footing before turning to face me. Her face is youthful and delicately featured. Her turquoise eyes will normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they are currently filled with surprise and a hint of embarrassment.
Oh yeah, she kind of looks like Swire. The whole ass different game, but
いつからいたの
Who are you? Why were you listening in on me while I was practicing?
すみませんわざとじゃないんです
Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
バルコニーから落ちそうだったから
It's just that I saw you were about to fall off the balcony. I hand her the paper I'm holding as she snatches it back, her face flushing a bright pink.
この私がそんな間抜けなわけないじゃない。今のは
I wouldn't have made such an elementary mistake.
風向きを確認して
I was just... Oh, I was just checking the direction of the wind.
Uh-huh. I'm sure.
風向き
Checking the wind, to say?
そうよ。科学者たるもの、
of course.
周辺の環境には常に気を張
Understanding the environment is a fundamental part of my training as a meticulous scientist.
5.3メートルの南西風
For instance,
は43%
the wind speed now is 5.3 meters per second, blowing due southwest. Ambient humidity is 43%.
How can you tell all that just from like being out here?
She discreetly moves out her ruffled clothes and hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even try to hide makes it all seem very performative. I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act?
なるほど。紙、よければ拾いますが。
That's definitely doing your due diligence as a scientist. Would you like me to help you collect your papers? She hesitates for a moment.
いいわ。手伝わせてあげる。
I will allow you to provide your assistance,
絶対に読んじゃダメだ
but on one condition. No picking at what's on them. It's top secret scientific research.
かしこまりました。オルフェルーネ様。
Understood. Oh, great, Orphalone.
知ってるの
Wait, you know me?
さっきそう自称していたと記憶しています。
I mean, I just heard you call yourself that.
いえ、そもそもジラード
Besides, you're one of the keynote speakers for this summit and a scientific genius from the UR group.
知らない人はいないでしょう。
Your pictures are everywhere. I doubt there are many people out there who wouldn't know you. That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photographs. That's probably why all the pressmen present at the venue didn't realize that she was the real deal.
そうね。この天才科学者の時間をこんなくだらない社交の場に
Of course that's to be expected.
生産性がないに
I'm a world famous scientist, after all. I'm just bad at dealing with boring and annoying social events like this.
だからここに隠れて発表会の練習を
Is that why you decided to hide out here to practice your speech?
あなた誰なのまさかパパラッチ
Who are you anyway?
つもり
Why are you here? Are you one of those annoying paparazzi? Are you trying to get an embarrassing picture of me?
やばさっき言ったこと表に出したら許さないわよ
I forbid you to repeat my words from just now. I won't acknowledge them even if you do.
確かに記者ですが、そんなゲスなことはしません。
It's true that I am a journalist, but I'm not here to capture scandals.
実を言うと、私も堅苦しい。
Truth is, I'm trying to avoid the press of people inside.
それで避難しに来たら、
I'm not used to places that are so cramped. Understanding seems to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flash through her eyes. Her mood does seem a little mercurial for someone of her status.
わかるしょうがないわねとりあえず信じて
Oh, what would I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to place my faith in you then. After all, it's so dreadfully suffocating in there.
発表。緊張なさってるんですか？
Are you nervous about the upcoming presentation?
そんなわけないでしょこれくらい
Of course not. Orphalone Girard fears no challenges. It's just a little speech. I could do it with my eyes closed.
Uh-huh.
Despite her words, she ends up crumpling the paper in her hands.
大勢の専門家の前で研究成果を発表するのは
Well, presentations can be quite challenging, especially from so many industry professionals.
今まで取材させていただいた方々も
I have interviewed many world-class experts in the past, and many of them felt tense when they had to give an address.
本当に
Really?
ええ。
Of course. It's perfectly natural to get nervous, especially when you truly believe in your work and how the audience views it.
連中が聞きたいのは天才科学者の発表よ
All they want is a genius scientist giving an exciting presentation.
こんなの私の言葉じゃない
But the contents of this speech don't sound like anything I will say.
ではなぜご自分で用意をしないのですか？
Then why do you prepare a script that you don't like?
私の話を理解してくれる人がいないからよ。
That's because nobody understands me when I try to explain it in my own words. Her expression grows complicated. It seems she's recalling an unpleasant experience.
前に一度自分で原稿を用意したけど、助手があれは
The last time I tried giving a presentation in my own style, my assistant called it a disaster.
その発表の後、あの手この手で映像記録を抹消
According to her, it took a lot of effort to delete all video records of it from the internet.
災難
A disaster?
光量子もつれの研究で
Oh, fuck.
非ユークリッド位相空間に存在する色素分子のメタサーフェスを発見
Wait, hold on. The first phrase already took me out.
利用してダークエネルギーを生物エネルギーへと変換する能力を有し、超弦理論に基づいた11次元世界の法則で
Hold on, I'm preparing myself mentally to read all this.
During the course of my research on quantum entanglement in cross-dimensional photosynthesis, I discovered a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on a non-Euclidean topological structure that could convert dark energy into bioenergy through negentropic increase. This mechanism is entirely different from the dehydrogenase-mediated proton pump coupled electron transport chain conventionally observed in nature. Instead, it relies on a vibrational mode in the 11-dimensional world of superstring theory.
I see! The first phrase is already insane. What do you mean? Quantum entanglement in cross-dimensional photosynthesis. What the fuck is cross-dimensional photosynthesis? I like plants too.
Would you be interested in a speech like that? Orphan seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly.
ほら、ほとんどの人は知識そのものに興味なんかない。
You see, turns out most people aren't as interested in actual knowledge as they think.
There sure was a lot of science sounding words that don't mix. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you like talking about dehydrogenase mediated proton pump? Electron transport chains? Or non-Euclidean topological structures? I played Plants vs. Zombies, I'm an expert. Do you want me to repeat that? About research on quantum entanglement in cross-dimensional photosynthesis? When she discovered a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on a non-Euclidean topological structure that could convert dark energy into bioenergy through negentropic increase. What the fuck is negentropic increase?
Perhaps the problem isn't in the content, but how it's presented.
She found a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on a non-Euclidean topological structure that can convert dark energy into bioenergy through negentropic increase. Red 40. Yes, this is just Red 40.
What do you mean? They say complicated concepts need to be expressed through metaphors and the like, so people can understand them more easily. For instance, Could you use a simple comparison to express the core of your research?
実は植物は日光以外のものを食べるとか
It's like teaching a plant to feed off something other than sunlight.
いいですね。それで
I think that works very well. Can you elaborate?
例えば日光以外にも放射線をエネルギー源にすることができて
Try and imagine if a plant could take in different forms of energy,
なんてどう
like a human being, and not rely solely on sunlight. For example, imagine if it could absorb energy from radiation, then convert the harmful component into nutrients for its own growth. Her eyes begin to light up, and she grows more and more animated. She begins gesticulating and describing just how her research could change the biosphere in contamination zones.
上々です。これなら誰もが興味を持つでしょう。
That was excellent. I'm sure you will captivate the audience if you talk like that on stage.
本当に適当なこと言ってない
Really? You're not just trying to be polite?
本当ですとも。少なくとも
Of course
私は
not.
非常に興味があります。
Actually, I'm quite interested in your research direction.
私の研究内容知ってるの
You know about my research?
ええ、何を隠そう。あなたの専門
Your focus on botany is something I've always been following and reporting on. Among them, the use of plants for two-phase collapsed particle absorption is of particular interest to me.
分かってくれる記者がいるなんて理解のあるメディア
I can't believe there's a journalist out there who's actually interested in my research. I mean, as a responsible scientist, it pleases me to see that the media is showing interest in proper scientific studies.
認めていただけたようで何よりです。
I am honored to meet with your approval.
あなたが研究している植
In
物を
fact,
この目で見たことがあります。
my interest goes beyond mere theory. I've actually seen plants like the kind you've been studying.
本当に
What? You say you've seen them before?
見た目がエピフィラムに似たものですよね。
Let me guess. They're mutant plants which look like epiphyllums, right?
どうしてそれを
How did you know?
まさか私の実験施設に入ったことあるの
Did you... Have you snuck into research bases before?
実験施設
What research bases?
あれはあの施設にしかないもの。よその人間が知ってるの
That
は
plants should only exist in our labs and our test plots. We keep them strictly secluded from the outside world. Orphan begins muttering to herself, and then it seemed like she's realized something.
あなたまさか企業スパイ
Hang on. You're not some kind of industrial spy sent by a rival to steal my research, are you?
まさか本当に送り込まれるなんて
I remember my assistant once said,
いいえ、 ID と招待状です。これで疑惑が晴れる
while I have no way to prove this,
一応
my ID and the invitation from your company can vouch for my identity as part of the media. Will that ease your suspicions?
偽造品じゃなさそうね
It doesn't seem fake. Orphan paused as she studies my ID. Just as the mood in the air begins to turn strange, I hear a contralto voice from the balcony entrance.
お嬢様、ここにいらしたのですね。
So that's where you are, young mistress. I've been searching for you for a long time. Squints. Of fucking course! I turn to look and see a tall, dignified woman who's shown up there at some point. She's impeccably dressed, but her gaze is razor sharp.
見つかった
She found me. Orphan shudders, looking for all the world like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
イグラ違うのちょっと風に当たってただけで
Igla, I just came out to get some air.
サミットまであと3時間。発表の準備。
We still have 3 hours until the summit begins. How goes your preparations?
最後にもう一度確認してただけよ
They're almost done. I was just confirming some of the details. The doll called Igla sighs in exasperation and gives Orphalun a doting look. Then she bends down and helps pick up her drop papers.
何かお困りのようですね。
It seems you have encountered some difficulty. Do you need my assistance?
平気よ。私一人で解決でき
Not at all. I can handle all this by myself.
無論あなたの能力を疑うつもりはありません。
Naturally,
それよりも
your capabilities are beyond question.
これ以上スペシャリストを待たせない方がよろしい
Though I should mention, your makeup artist and stylist have been waiting in your suit for some time now. Oh, that's why she looks so different from the pictures. Igla reaches out to straighten Orphalon's rumpled collar.
今着ている白衣もこの場にはふさわしくありません。
And that lab coat is by no means suitable for tonight's event. I have selected a more suitable evening dress for you.
でもドレスなんか窮屈だし。
But those dresses are so pinchy.
これもジラードのためですよ。我慢しなさい
Surely enduring a little discomfort is necessary for the glory of the Girard family, don't you think? As she says this, Igla's gaze briefly sweeps over me. There is a hint of warning and displeasure in it.
どなたかは存じませんが、お嬢様のお相手をしていただき、
The way her voice drops like ever so slightly.
Greetings. Thank you for keeping the young mistress company. If you don't mind, I must take her to begin the final preparations for the summit.
礼には及びません。オルフェルーネさんと
Certainly, by all means.
光栄でした。
It's been an honor to speak with Mr. Falloon. She politely extracts a name card from her breast pocket and hands it to me.
お嬢様の専門分野にご興味がおありでしたらぜひ。
If you have a professional interest in the young mistress' work, you are welcome to join the special conference session tomorrow. Of course, a reservation will be required. Her tone is cool and polite, but the judgment and caution are evident in her gaze.
そうだ。あなたお名前は？
Oh, yes. What's your name, anyway?
輝きの時代の編集長でございます。
I am the editor-in-chief of the Shining Age.
はずですが
I am the editor-in-chief of the Shining Age media agency. You already seen my ID.
そうだった。偽造かどうかだけ気にしてたから
Oh,
つい
yeah. I was just looking at the stamp.
発表聞きに来てくれる？
Will you come listen to my presentation?
お嬢様、時間です。
Young mistress, we don't have much time left.
質問があれば終わった後に聞きに来てもいいわ。
If you have any questions, you can bring them up. You can bring them up then. I'll try to answer them sincerely. Igla guides Orphalon away, but the latter looks back, clearly excited. Igla follows Orphalon's gaze. Her voice is gentle, but the warning in her tone becomes more and more evident as she speaks.
では編集長、今宵の宴をどうぞお楽しみください。
I hope you will enjoy the summit this evening. And at the same time, I hope you will keep your position and duties in mind.
ただし、くれぐれも領分を履き違えることのない。
Overstepping your bounds will only lead to unnecessary trouble.
もうまたそうやって圧かける。
Honestly, you don't have to keep scaring people all the time.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies. The two of them vanish to the balcony entrance. I'm still standing there, feeling the weight of the information in that brief exchange. Orphalon is far more innocent and defenseless than my data suggests. Of course, that could just be an act. Meanwhile, there's Igla, the Girard's group's strongest doll. She probably doesn't know who I am, but she was clearly repulsed by how I approached Orphalon. From the Girard group files I saw and the combat footage Neva showed me, I conclude that this third-gen doll is very likely to be your trickiest foe yet. Seeing as how understaffed we are at the moment, it will be best not to arouse her suspicion for now. I studied the card Igla left me. In addition to the usual contact information, there is a line of small letters. Science runs on curiosity, but danger often begins there too. Choose wisely.
Oh, okay. The fuck does that mean? What did she mean by that? Guys? It means things, okay. I will ask no further questions. What did Igla do with Alva? Excellent question. I somehow failed to make that connection. I was too intimidated. Woohoo! Wolf Queen. Don't read too much into it. That only makes me read more into it. Going for dinner. Enjoy food! I am ending anyway because I need to be leaving soon. And I doubt the story, the purely story node will last like 15 minutes or something like that, so you know. Oh, there she is. Almost an hour per node, yeah. Let's get back here for a second. Night then, night, Shooty! Thank you for dropping by. But yeah, they get long. Notes get pretty long, especially when you're reading them out loud. And especially while you're, you know, kind of waiting. For the characters to like speak a little, which is what I do, you know, I kind of wait for them to speak a little bit so people know who's talking before I start talking over them. Except for like NPCs, like receptionists or like random people. Like for them, I don't give a fuck. You got stamina for talking 5 hours? I mean, it's only been 4 hours. Tomorrow, hopefully, will be 5. Tomorrow, I should start on time, and it will be 5 hours. But yeah, I mean, we took some breaks in between. I drank 2 glasses of water, so, you know. Reading chat and talking to, yeah, you know, it's just how it goes. But damn, it's fine. It's fun, it's fun, it's fun. Tomorrow also, I mean, it also depends on how late I take breakfast. But I should hopefully have lunch before stream. So, you know, there will be no like lunch breaks. There'll probably only be like bathroom breaks as I continuously hydrate myself to keep reading. We still have like a month or so left in the event. Yeah, there's still time. But like, you know, there's only one event that lost drops next week, so we'll have to alternate our time between those two. Yeah, tomorrow, same time. I mean, it should start like about an hour earlier than I actually started today. Because, you know, today I set up to start at like 3 p.m. my time, but I ended up starting at like 3:40. Tomorrow I'll aim to actually start at like 3 p.m. So we'll have like 5 hours of reading. Yippee! Make it 6. I have done 6-hour streams. I mean, my Gears Frontline lore stream that I did before Dual Randomness, I think. That shit is just like 6 hours of me jabbing about lore. You're starting at 3 now. How's that breakfast more like super brunch? No, it's just that it depends at what time I have breakfast. Because today I had breakfast at like 10 a.m. But I had like a heavy breakfast. You know, my sister ordered some Tim Hortons. I had like a breakfast wrap and a hash brown. And that left me full, which is why I had lunch at like 4 p.m. or 5. I actually think it was later. It was like 2 hours ago or something like that. But tomorrow I should aim to have breakfast earlier so I can have lunch before stream. And we can just go straight. Tim Hortons? Tim Hortons is a Canadian restaurant. Chain restaurant. Of like donuts and coffee and some other things. They have wraps, they have sandwiches. But, you know, originally they were like donuts and coffee as far as I know. The coffee is made with the ice cup, right? Real. Ice cup, my beloved. I have a thing now that lets me do ice cup at home. So, you know, when summer comes around, I can just make my own ice cup and be like, fuck you, Tim Hortons. I don't have all the syrups that they have though, so I should probably get that. Yeah, you could say like it's Canadian Dunkin' Donuts. But it's named after a hockey player, yeah. Dunkin' actually didn't take off much here. Like, there's a few Dunkins in Canada. Like, I've seen them around, but they're like cryptics, as far as I know. At least here. I don't know if in other provinces there's more around. But in here, like even in my city, I know there was one like inside like a shopping mall, but then just kind of went away. They exist in places, yeah. Like every now and then you'll spot one, and you'll be like, "Oh, fuck, a Dunkin' Donuts." And I can only assume they didn't take off because, you know, the Tim Hortons was already a thing here. That would be my assumption. Where I live, we just got a Taco Bell back after a decade after the last one left. Sheesh! The return of Taco Bell. There's a backup for orders. I don't know why, like it's Taco Bell. I mean, you know, when things return, everyone is like, yo, Taco Bell! And suddenly everyone wants Taco Bell. You guys have an established brand. It's hard to win people over, especially because I don't think Dunkin's is that good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how... I haven't had Dunkin's in forever. Like, for me, you know, Dunkin's was like the best shit ever when it arrived to my country, because we didn't have donut stores like that. So every time my dad went to the capital for business, to the capital city, he will bring a box of Dunkin' Donuts, because also the only Dunkin' Donuts in existence was like they were only in the capital, you know, and there was one in the airport. So my dad will buy donuts there and bring them on the plane. And now there's more around, but you know. But you know, if they go to a place where there's already like a donut chain, I don't know how likely they are to pop off. Especially because, as far as I know, Dunkin' is like US brand. And sometimes, for some things in Canada, they will very much go for the Canadian option over the US one, which, you know, I respect, but it's still like, you know, it's sometimes some things. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, that's the reason why, you know, even after GameStop bought EB Games, they didn't change the name right away because EB Games was already the brand here. They were like, no, we can't change the name to GameStop, you know, because they already associate GameStop with the US. Now they don't give a fuck. Now they change them all to GameStop, but I mean, you know. I miss Radio Shack. Yo, Radio Shack! There was one when I got here, and then now it's gone. I remember EB Games. I haven't seen any in a long time because they're over. They are no more. I mean, I think Australia also has EB Games, but I don't think they're related to Canada EB Games. They just happen to have the same name for some reason. But in Canada, there's no more EB Games. GameStop bought it, and now a few years back they changed the names of the stores to GameStop. Like if you'll go to stores and, like, you know, some of them still have like the EB Games banners and like logos or stuff because they haven't bothered changing them. But like if you go to like look them up like at the website, there's no longer EB Games, there's GameStop. But anyway, I gotta leave soon. Radio Shack was so good. I need to find a responsive receiver for an old radio. Boom. Need a plug converter. Boom. Need a literal CRT2 for a TV. They will check out back. Yeah, I miss that. Because something that I have found very lacking in Canada as a whole, you know, back in my country, you will find like many little Radio Shack-like stores. You know, stores that just sell little teeny itty components for electronics. Like I will buy the 3.5 connectors for my headphones and fix my headphones myself when the connector became loose or like broke. You know, I will just go and buy one. Or like little cables, you know, little circuitry stuff. I have one place that sell that here. Like Radio Shack used to sell them, and we had a long era where most people, myself included, just didn't bother fixing things. I think it came back now, it could pop off. Hopefully. I think GameStop is on the way out. They're selling more Funkos than games now at certain locations. GameStop is expanding its business. You know, now I have a GameStop store here at my local mall. And they have like a tiny section for Xbox games, tiny section for PlayStation games, and tiny section for Switch games. They mostly sell like the consoles and console accessories, video game merch. They even sell Pokemon cards now. Like they had a little section, a little corner with like Pokemon cards and like other games also. They even had Digimon. And that's I think that's how they plan to stay alive. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, Sonny, in my opinion, as you know, someone that lived in South America and then moved to Canada, I feel like that is very much a thing of like economic acquisition capability. I guess you could call it that, because yeah, I noticed here when I moved to Canada that people will usually be like, oh, you know, my thing broke. I'll just buy a new one. Like, in my country, if your shit broke, most of the time, you could not buy a new one. You know, most of the time, most people will not just be like, oh, my thing broke, I'll just buy a new one. Like my radio or whatever, like my CD player. I'm an old-time lady. They could not just go and buy a new one. So there were always little electronic stores that you will either fix stuff for you, or also little stores that sold you like all these tiny components so you can fix things yourself. Thing breaks in LATAM, new mission scavenge for replacements. Real. Like, people usually will keep their phones until they were breaking down into pieces in their hands. Like, I will have phones for years. Now I change it every 2 years. Every 2 years. And I just go and get one of the newer models. That is not something that I could do before. You know, that was like unheard of for me. Unless you were like fucking filthy rich. This is the Radio Shack recession indicator. Let's go! I mean, honestly, if we bring Radio Shack back, at least we'll get one good thing out of it. I think my brother is secretly from LATAM because he gives his phone until it's just a battery. He has the LATAM spirit. He has the LATAM spirit in him. But anyway, I gotta run soon. So yeah, thank you guys for coming to the stream. I hope you're enjoying Frontline 2 Corposant. It's been peak. And I will see you guys tomorrow. A little bit earlier than today, hopefully. Yeah, remember to stay safe, stay hydrated, take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.